Bless you. Something's gonna go south. Yep.
Quite a bit.
Yeah, so then so the welcome and introductions, we had that in like roughly 2 minutes, just based on the script. Morning toast is a minute and 32 seconds, and we have 19 minutes for this entire section. So this whole section is about 15 minutes of talking. So we will follow your pace with that. I didn't look exactly in the script, but in this box, we say brief bio of Jane and Vanessa.
Yes.
And then we throw it to the guys.
Yes.
To do their own introduction.
Yes.
Okay. And that's in the script, throwing it to the guys.
Yes. I remember.
Okay, perfect. So we'll go through this introduction content. We'll be showing slides that are related to that content. When you get to the point, Elaine, where you're introducing Jane and Vanessa to our first keynote, we'll show the keynote slide with their pictures on it. You'll send it over to our second stage, which is in our office where the gentlemen from UBS are set up. They will introduce Jane and Vanessa, and then we'll bring Jane and Vanessa on screen. So after you guys do that long introduction, we have a pretty good break of about 23 minutes.
Okay.
So at that point, we can adjust if anything has been not working for you on the Walter feedback. We have a 23-minute break. Whenever you're not on screen, the mics will not hear you. So your mics, treat them as if they're hot. Don't, say anything that you wouldn't want to be caught. But don't touch them.
Oh, wait, can you go back, CEO? I just want to, Rain Shadow Lab. Okay, I just want to make sure I'm getting, pronouncing everything correctly. Is that what I saw?
Labs, plural.
Okay, Rain Shadow Lab.
Vanessa Johansson.
Johansson.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she's here.
So I knew very clearly that I needed to care, and that I needed a business culture that expressed care through mutuality and reciprocity. I decided to create a business that serves the other planet by caring and creating market. So I found a way to create a business culture that incentivized caring. For example, I decided to educate, progress,
Good morning. Welcome to the 8th Annual Women's Venture Summit. We are thrilled you're joining us from wherever you are. That's the beauty of virtual events. My name is Elaine Swan, and I am one of your 3 MCs for this year's event. Joining me is Raven O'Neill and Sylvia Ma. Let me tell you just a little bit about Raven. Executive Director of Stella Labs. Her role is to provide founders with strategic solutions, marketing acumen, resources, and information around access to capital. This way, founders can present innovative and effective companies to market or level up their existing businesses. Raven is deeply passionate about helping women do business better. Welcome, Raven.
Thank
All right.
you.
Next, we have scientist turned investor. Founded Stella Labs 10 years ago. This is Sylvia Ma. Her passion for supporting female founders led to the creation of the Women's Venture Summit, now in its 8th year. Also, she's the founding partner at Ad Astra Ventures, a venture group and early stage microfund that aims to transform female founders into fierce leaders of disruptive startup companies. Sylvia's passion for startups, impact-focused business strategies, and gender parity allows for impacting the launch, growth, and sustainability of startups. Leaving a legacy with integrity is of utmost importance. Welcome, Sylvia.
Thank you. And I get the privilege of introducing Elaine Swan. Woohoo! She is nicknamed the Etiquette Lady. Elaine is an author and syndicated columnist. She delivers expert advice on subjects that range from cell phone manners, we all need those, right? To weddings, because those give us, all the hives, but wonderful things, to dealing with sticky issues with family and friends. Much of what you can read is in her book, Let Crazy Be Crazy. But there is more. She has her newest book coming out at the end of the month, A Distinctive Approach. So Elaine's advice has been called upon over and over and over again. It seems like you're on TV all the time. Every single week she's like bossing it up. By the Today Show, CNN Headline News, The Style Network, KTLA, Fox 5 News, NBC, CBS, ABC, and more. All of the acronym things, like ABC, NBC, that's what she is. She is like the boss woman.
We're learning our alphabet here this morning, right? Well, thank you so much for that introduction. Let's get Women's Venture Summit 2021 started with a morning toast with a special guest, Taylor Fields. Now, Taylor owns Nostalgia Coffee Roasters located right here in San Diego. Some of our lucky attendees received swag that included the Nostalgia Brew. And it's a brew bag, which is so cool.
But,
woman up to my own heart. Right. Okay, all right, here we go. Will you kick us off with the morning toast, Taylor? Can you do that for us?
That's why coffee is so good for you. Oh, hey there. Welcome to this year's 2021 Women's Venture Summit. My name's Taylor Fields, and I'm the founder of Nostalgia. This year we have such an exciting lineup of keynote speakers, amazing female founders, female entrepreneurs, female investors, you name it, women are the future. But why am I here? Well, it is the morning. I sure do love a cup of coffee. I didn't have time to run out to grab a cup. I don't have an espresso machine at home. But what do I have? I have our latest innovation, a coffee in a brew bag. You may have seen this in your pack. If you have it, I want you all to grab it right now. We're going to brew a cup together. Open up that top. This is the future of coffee. What does that smell? That is fresh ground 92-point award-winning coffee. We're going to take the label off here. It looks like a tea bag. It's not. It's coffee in a brew bag. We're going to put that in your mug, and we are going to pour some hot water right over the top of it. Whew, that is some very hot water. Be careful. I've done this on TV. Don't worry. I'm a professional. All right. The last part is dunk it a couple times. Let it steep as long as you want, and you have yourself an award-winning cup. I want to say cheers to everyone, and in particular, thank you Stella Labs and Ad Astra for bringing us all together. Everyone, buckle up. Have fun at this year's Women's Venture Summit. It's going to be a great one. Cheers.
Well, isn't that amazing? Taylor is a spectacular founder. Well, we started 8 years ago with a dream of building bridges between investors and entrepreneurs to increase the number of women investing in women. At that time, we were barely at double digits of angel investors who were women, and only about 12% of founders who received angel funding were women. We needed to make a change, ladies, right?
Absolutely.
This is why we're here today. So today, because of a village of investors and advocates like those attending this event, all of you out there, that's you. The numbers are better. Around 22% of angel investors are women, and about 25% of founders receiving capital are women. I think there's a correlation there. We know that also in the VC world, unfortunately, 2% of venture dollars go to women, and less than 1% of those go to women of color. So, we have a long way to go.
Absolutely.
And we are here to make a change and an impact. This vision of getting to even across the venture table is why we are here today. We're here to reimagine a world where the dynamics of power and influence for women are elevated, bias is neutralized, and more female investors invest, and female founders. Well, did you know actually that women investors are 2 times more likely actually to invest in a woman founder?
Wow.
That's why those numbers become 24 and 25, because there's a correlation. And we as investors invest in more women. Got to get more women investors out there. You know what I mean? We want more of this. So let's get some checks written today, because relationships matter and representation matters. Our intention always is to create an event for women and people of color, by women and people of color. We walk the walk. We contract people who are mission and values aligned, from our wonderful hosts today to the furniture and props providers. A lot of these items were actually sourced from Humble Design in San Diego. If nobody knew that, a company that furnishes the homes of families and veterans emerging from homelessness. Wow, so it's amazing. Everything in this summit is beginning to end really walking that walk.
And that's such an important thing for us to do. So important. Now listen, so when COVID hit last year, this mighty team embraced the pivot and went viral, because even though we're physically distanced, we're connected and collaborating so much that the show had to go on. Investors were willing to speak. Corporations became sponsors, and entrepreneurs were hungry to pitch. COVID brought on a recession, actually a she-session, I would say, right?
That's what they call it.
Yeah, with high unemployment rates and women having to balance home and business. In fact, many women are considering entrepreneurship largely because of its flexible nature. But the challenges remain. Lack of capital, lack of mentors and advisors, balancing responsibilities at home, especially over the past 1.5 years. And then also imposter syndrome and that confidence that so many of us need, right? So, the summit provides resources and connections to overcome all of these. In addition, this year, with the reopening of the economy, we added a small San Diego streaming party, right? Which is going on right now. So shout out to all of you watching from the well here in town. Hey. We have to rise up to seek peace and entrepreneurship so we can build communities and strengthen our economies.
Also, this cannot be done without sponsors. You know? It's all of us working together. We want to acknowledge our amazing sponsors who did not shy away from empowering female founders despite these unprecedented times. So thank you to our title sponsor, UBS. So amazing. We are so grateful for them, and also grateful for Cooley, who joined us this year as our women's fast pitch sponsor. And thank you to other wonderful sponsors, DLA Piper, C3, the Impact Seat, UC San Diego Extension, UC San Diego Rady School of Management, my alma mater, Sapphire Ventures, Taggett, OCA Ventures, Next Wave Impact, UC San Diego Office of Innovation and Commercialization.
Today, we're going to hear from experts in entrepreneurship, investors, and corporate business leaders who live and breathe growing and supporting diverse ecosystems. We're going to have fun networking and we're going to learn how to get business for potential funding opportunities. A quick word about Swap Card. That's the app you guys are on. Hopefully you're enjoying it. While you watch the live stream, you can still navigate around the platform. We suggest you take a look at your top matches in the attendees section, send connection requests, and book your video calls. These virtual meetings can be done during the various networking times throughout this weekend.
Fantastic. I'm so excited about Swap Card and connecting
Yeah,
with
get
people.
out
You
your
loved it
phones.
last year.
Yes,
You really
I did. I
enjoyed
did. I
it.
was all, ha, 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 ha. Well, listen to this. To grow your network, to connect with others, and help the rising tide of all of our boats, please use these two hashtags during the summit. WVS 2021 and Women's Venture Summit. And let's get trending on Twitter. We want to trend today.
We do every year.
We do, and
so
we
we
have
want to
to. So
empower
do it,
everybody.
do it. Yes,
right?
yes.
Every Twitter account, everything out there, use those hashtags.
Use them.
And wonderful. So, and today we polled our audience when you all registered. So we want to let you know that we are listening. We know who's out there. I'm so proud to announce that 40% of investors attending this event today have invested in more than 6 women-led companies.
Wow.
Isn't that
Oh
amazing? They
my
are
gosh.
also walking the walk and talking the talk. We love those kinds of investors. And we also have 82 angel groups and VCs in the house today who care about gender parity. That is incredible progress
that's
over the
incredible.
years.
Woo.
Amazing.
Thank you for being here.
I know, and actually writing checks,
Yes.
right?
Listen.
And doing things.
Yes. Walk the walk, talk the talk, get your pen out, write the check. We made it. All right, so here we go. Our first opening keynote speakers brought to you by our title sponsor, UBS, features 2 women. Jane Schwarzenberg and Vanessa Johansson. Did I say your name?
Johansson, yes.
You know,
Yes.
and Vanessa Johansson. Now, as head of strategic client segments at UBS, Jane develops strategies and implements growth plans for high potential client segments, including women, business owners, rising generations, athletes, entertainers, and multicultural clients. Jane serves more than 6,000 UBS financial advisors and the clients they have within these segments by helping to address their unique needs and financial goals. Now, Vanessa Johansson is the CEO of Rainbow Shadow Labs and is a prolific health advocate as well as an adept researcher. After crusading heavily for a healthier world and earning her degree in nutrition, publishing articles on health and wellness, and building and growing her very own successful green manufacturing laboratory, Rain Shadow Lab, she found herself in what she refers to as cancer school. She balanced leading a business, running a family, and working through a highly aggressive cancer known as synovial sarcoma. Did I say that correctly?
I think so.
She's going to share with us and get me in check. So joining us today are folks from the UBS team to kick off the opening keynote. Thank you for joining us today, Braden and Stephen.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Stephen LaFata, here with my partner, Braden Hamilton. We are private wealth advisors with Paradigm Group at UBS right here in San Diego. And we are beyond excited to be title sponsors, and we know that you will really enjoy Vanessa and Jane. But we wanted to give a quick shout out to another partner of ours who was going to try to make it today but couldn't, Kim Guha, because she just gave birth to her first baby girl, Maya. So shout out to Maya and Kim. Hope you're watching. Hope you had a good night's sleep last night.
Definitely. Kim, congratulations to you and your family. So it really is a privilege for us to be part of this year's summit as title sponsors. We're really looking forward over the next couple of days to be able to interact with all of you, and very excited for the next 2 days. We've asked Jane and Vanessa to kick off this year's keynote address. I can tell you both are very dynamic and wonderful people. But truly, Vanessa, her success as an entrepreneur is truly stunning. Her ability, her passion in life and her purpose in life and in business has been very inspirational to both Stephen and I, and hopefully she will be to you as well. So without further ado, Jane, we're going to kick this over to you. Thank you.
Good morning. Hi, Vanessa. And I want to say thank you to this amazing group of women and men for having me and having us here at the Women's Venture Summit to kick off. Thank you so much to UBS Paradigm Group for being a team in San Diego that very genuinely supports both women and female business leaders. And I couldn't be more excited to be here with Vanessa, founder of Rain Shadow Labs. So, really, Vanessa, we're all here to hear from you and learn from you. You have done something that so many of us aspire to, hope to do, which is you have figured out a way to build and grow a company, impact many people and the earth in the most positive way, and really live your life and run your company according to your values. So let's start with what is it that inspired the creation of Rain Shadow Labs?
Thank you for that, Jane, and thank you everybody for being here. I feel very privileged to be able to speak to any of this. And I'm just going to jump right in because we have such a limited amount of time, and I want to be helpful to the people who are wanting help and support today. I'm not classically trained in any capacity as a business person. I don't have an MBA. I was a person in the world growing up in a fairly affluent community. And I noticed that uh, there was a lot of distortion and maybe like confusion around me in that environment. And my parents being uh, supportive and brilliant as my parents supported me to go out and become a wilderness survivor and survival instructor. So I started as a student and then became an instructor when I was 17, which was fairly young. So essentially, I was in the wild and I was learning how to live from the land and the plants and kill my own meals and something akin to the show Alone that you see today. Probably not that aggressive, but it was intense. And from there, I went to become a nutritionist. So, my education was essentially studying the world of plants and that ecosystem, the wild, the natural world that's fairly unadulterated by the human mind. And I think it worked in my favor because I went into business knowing that I didn't know anything. And that created a state of curiosity. And so my eyes were open, I was paying attention. And 17, 18 years ago, there was no such thing as a natural and organic lab. So we essentially, as my dad says, built the plane while we were flying. And being in the Pacific Northwest, we were surrounded by the trees and the mushrooms and that ecosystem as I was trying to formulate in my own mind what my business model was. I I kind of stuck to the classic rule of sticking to what you know, and what I knew was plants and the earth and soil and microbes and the wild. And so I very quickly turned to that as my business model and my ecosystem. And so I know it sounds corny, but nature was actually my business school, and that's where I took the wisdom of creating the culture we did at Rain Shadow and how to do it, and very specifically how to create a sustainable, thriving um, community and ecosystem and culture as a business. So really, my work was not to invent the wheel necessarily. It was more to translate what I understood and knew worked over millennia. Nature has proved itself to be a self regenerating system, a thriving, supportive, sustainable system where everything is included and diversity is the measuring stick for a healthy ecosystem.
So you just mentioned culture. And now, having spoken to you quite a bit, I know that you are incredibly invested in your company and in how you treat not only team members, but also customers and the world within and with the mindset of a culture of care. Could you explain what that means?
Yes. Again, I turn to the great business model of the natural world where reciprocity and mutuality are the qualities that create a system where everything has a place to grow and thrive. And so, as a business, we found a way to incentivize care for uh, our employees primarily, but that translated into our customers. And um, I think everybody who starts in business, their plan is to create abundance for themselves and hopefully for their community and their customers. And I wanted the same thing. I also wanted to create something that would be healing to the distortions that were in on the planet and in the communities. And once again, nature as a self-healing, self-regenerative system showed me exactly what to do. Um, and we we did things like had 4-day work weeks. We had profit sharing, monthly profit sharing. We did so many things to really show our employees what was important to us. Our company mascot is the mushroom. Um, forests are
That's
actually
great.
forests are one living organism. An entire forest is actually one organism, and the largest organism in the world is actually in Oregon, and it's the honey mushroom colony. And we named all of our buildings on our campus after mushrooms. We had big signs made, carved out of wood, and we were trying to communicate what our value system was to our employees because it was their job to carry that through their jobs and really out into the world where the end user was going to experience some quality of whatever the care was that was happening in our buildings. And we chose the mushroom for so many reasons, but it's so indiscriminating in how it turns its own life into more life for everything else. And that was really our prayer for our company is more love, more life for everyone and everything everywhere. And that's what mushrooms do. And they also create a network of communication between everything. And they send resources to where the resources are needed and they spore out into the environment and land on everything all over the planet. So this is not a fanciful kind of hippie crunchy granola thing. It's something that's actually happening and it's making this world happen. So it to me seemed like a um, very reasonable way to approach our business. And we created a horizontal business structure where the different departments did not have to go through upper management to make decisions, which was so beautiful because they essentially did what I just described with the mushrooms, where they would communicate in real time as orders were coming in and raw material shortages were happening and they needed help or there was some kind of crisis or injury, and they would send resources over to the department that needed it and help each other. And I usually wouldn't hear about it until everything was resolved. And it was really brilliant. 55 minds are much better than two or three. So once again, nature showed me what to do, and we just continued to follow the model of a collaborative, cohesive system that was in communication in real time all the time.
You know, Vanessa, so I did have a so-called traditional business school experience, and I'm in awe truly of what you say, because I think that many of us think that we do business And then in other areas of our lives, we give and receive love. And what you're saying, how I hear it, is that actually those are one and the same, that we can and should be driven by love, love for our planet, love for our team members, our customers, and that actually for you has been part of the formula for a thriving and incredibly successful company that you ultimately sold.
Yes, it was a very successful and lucrative liquidity event. It was a long time coming. It took, for all of you that are starting out, it took about 4 times as long as we planned. I thought I would be in and out in 5 years, and 17 years later, we were handing the business off. So
Oops.
just like every good,
Yeah.
I know, just like every good creative venture, you go in with what you know, and there's usually a lot you don't know, and you come out having created something that was previously unknown to you. And yes, we had the same experience, and I'm one of the things I'm so happy about now is that I have hard evidence that says this is not impractical. This does work. And if you don't believe me, you can look at my tax returns for the last 17 years and the bottom line of Rain Shadow Labs. There's very hard numbers that say that this approach, when it's better for everybody, it's better for everybody. And if you begin by caring about your customers, community, and your planet, then you will create a culture of care that creates more care on the planet. And that's what we need. And you can make a profit, and you can have very healthy profit margins caring about the people who are helping you do good by doing well in the world. And so thank you for what you said, Jane. It's exactly that way. And 18 years ago, I was being laughed out of boardrooms because I sounded like an inexperienced wilderness hippie, and I probably looked the part too. And I'm just so happy that there is a living model and a kind culture where people are happy to go to work. They don't want to go home. We built a teepee on the campus where people would literally spend the night and have weddings, and they would send me videos of what they were doing in the teepee. And it was a happy place. And I think that's what happens when you have an inclusive ecosystem that makes a decision in the beginning that the measure of your success will include the happiness factor for every person who is in your business. And we
Mm.
did.
Yep. Incredible. Incredible. And I also think that regardless of the size of your company, the industry that you're in, there is the opportunity to do that, right? To incorporate the level of happiness or joy or support for your team members in your definition of success.
I couldn't agree with you more. When people would hear about our business culture, they would say, "Wow, you're so generous." And I always thought, "Are you kidding me? This is the most selfish thing I could do. Like, this is only benefiting me. This is,
Hmm.
benevolent selfishness. This is, look what they're doing for me. And we all get to be happy in the process." So I think at some point, we something shifted in our approach and mindset, and this is really where our business really exploded in a good way. We stopped hiring for skills and for past experience, and we started exclusively hiring for attitude and mindset. And we defined it as having a pioneer mentality and a warrior spirit. And when we started looking for those people and they started coming to us, and we were interviewing them in a teepee in front of a fire, which was always so much fun. And every department was hiring and firing their own people, which was always also really a lot of fun. Um, our business became the business we had always envisioned because those kind of people don't need a hierarchical structure to perform well. They don't need to be browbeaten, threatened, controlled, or have fear be a motivating force for them
Hmm.
to work intelligently in the job you're paying them to do. And, you know, Rain Shadow Labs is in a fairly blue collar community. It's a small community, and there's not necessarily a lot of sophistication there per se. And yet, the salt of the earth people came out of the woodwork and they showed up and they were so grateful to be trusted and to be allowed to make decisions for themselves about the best way to create their their department, their job specifically, and just they those kind of people behave like the company belongs to them. And as an employer and an owner, that's what you want. And we had that, and it was happy and fun every day.
Also, it sounds to me like it becomes self-selecting. So the person who says, I don't want to be a part of a company that's interviewing me in a teepee and where everyone seems so, groovy, they're not going to be the ones that are trying really hard to get a job with you and on your team. So it's actually a great way to find people who share your values. Let me just shift a little bit. And many of the people who are listening to you, who are watching you, they are at different stages of starting, growing, possibly transitioning their companies. They have very high likelihood what you call the warrior spirit, because they're trying to build something, they're trying to get the right people into their organization and to believe. So as we know, life is never a straight line. You don't start and then however many years you have a grand success. There are always major setbacks and major challenges. Would you mind, to the extent you're comfortable, sharing with this audience some of the challenges that you have faced in life and in building your company?
I'm happy to. Yes, there was nothing easy about any of this. I don't want to make it sound like that at all. I think one of the qualities required in life, period, but certainly as an entrepreneur that intends to come out with something that they feel good about, is to have serious guts, just pure guts. And, in the time that I was running Rain Shadow Labs and helping to build it, I was diagnosed with a very aggressive advanced cancer in 2015. So it's been 7 years, and I went through a divorce, and my business partner was my husband. So that was interesting. And
Wow.
and so knowing how to communicate effectively in real time and remain curious became very important for us. And um, I see life as one big opportunity to turn poison into medicine. And if you're not prepared to have some measure of suffering, you probably shouldn't be a human. It's just not going to happen. So I think, if you're going to
Agreed.
suffer anyways,
Agreed.
might as well go for it. And now is always the best time. It's always going to be too complicated and messy for it to make sense. Um, I would say, both in cancer school and in business, and just as a person with children and a marriage that ended in a way that I hadn't planned. Doing what makes sense to you is vital. Your ability to trust yourself and do things in a way that you understand, even if nobody else understands or even believes in you, is really important, because you're on a trajectory and one thing does lead to another always. And so knowing where you were and what you did and why you did it is going to be most helpful to you. And I would say the last thing is, um, get really good at paying attention. Just pay attention and study. I call it a refined study of the obvious. Notice the most obvious things right in front of you, because usually what you're looking for is right in the middle of the screen you're looking at, whatever life is for you in that moment, and your ability to decipher and make decisions based on what you see and how you understand it. I think that's the most helpful, supportive thing I can say to anybody today is do that. Practice that and do that, and
Mm,
you will end up where you need to be.
mm. And for people who are in different places on their journey, you just said that it's so important to trust yourself. I wonder, so I imagine other people wonder too, did you always have the instinct to trust yourself, or is it something that evolved and you learned as you went along in life and business?
I feel like I arrived in this world ready to get something done, but I had no idea what. And I was given a heart that feels, and I'm a very feeling person. I actually think we all are. And so I naturally cared. And I'm so grateful for my formative experiences because it's really through failing in institutionalized knowledge and failing in the structures that we uphold as a world, as a community, that I made a decision fairly early on to my go with me, to go with my gut, and it was the best decision I ever made. And it's something certainly you have to practice. You know, if you're trying to win a popularity contest, you're probably not going to get very far. So
Hmm.
getting comfortable with everybody being very uncomfortable, say being the outspoken, opinionated woman in a male dominated field,
Yep.
room, industry. Get comfortable with how uncomfortable you are and let everybody else be uncomfortable. Don't try to make everybody be comfortable. You're here to do what you're here to do and keep practicing doing that. And you'll get better and better at it. And then at some point, you might actually become graceful at it, which I'm still learning about.
I don't know, you seem pretty graceful to me. So, um, and before we wrap up, may I ask you how your health is?
It's a roller coaster.
Hmm.
I actually started a research fund with Dana Farber. It's called the Vanessa Johansson Synovial Sarcoma Research Fund. But the research impacts 50% of cancers. It's very exciting. And I'll be heading into a clinical trial that I've been literally trying to stay alive for. And it's in the next month or two. So I'm very grateful and very happy. And
Mm,
I think it's one of those experiences that you hate and you want it to end, and the fruits are tremendous. I have learned so much. Thank you for
mm.
asking.
Vanessa, I want you to know, as someone who also lives with cancer, I applaud you. I thank you. I look at you and I see your light shining bright, and I take tremendous inspiration from it. So thank you profoundly from the bottom of my heart. And I think that everyone listening is coming away knowing more, understanding more, and hopefully really considering the the impact that working, acting, treating people with profound love can have, not just in the universe in general, but also specifically on the businesses that we are starting, nurturing, and growing. So, tremendous thanks on behalf of everyone who is listening, and profound wishes for good health and success on all fronts. Before we wrap, I want to again thank our UBS Paradigm Group. The Paradigm Group is an example to so many of us of how and why it's important and how to support women and female entrepreneurs. And I just want to say, Vanessa, it's an honor to be with you. And to all of those listening, it's really a privilege and honor to be here with all of you.
Thank you, Jane, and bless you as well in your health. I'm with you.
Good day, everyone. I'm Stephen LaFata. I'm here with Braden Hamilton and Kim Guha from Paradigm Group at UBS Financial Services right here in San Diego.
Our team's primary focus is helping families navigate and manage complex wealth, making sure that it aligns with their goals and priorities and values. We use a comprehensive financial planning process that is highly personalized to each family that we work with.
After meeting with many families, we found through the financial planning and investment process that many women feel more comfortable to take their seat at the wealth management table. This is a huge value add, not just for their families, but for their future and the communities around them which they serve. We've also found that many women are not yet comfortable utilizing their voice, and it's one of our personal goals to empower as many women as possible to speak to their financial future.
Absolutely. And because we are proponents of diversity, equity, and inclusion, it's important for us to be committed and to help women have a voice in every aspect of financial services, which brings us to the Women's Venture Summit. And we are really excited to be title sponsors this year of the summit and be a part of this amazing congregation of entrepreneurs, investors, and service providers at this time. Now, while Braden and I are looking forward to actively participate on those 2 days of the summit, Kim will be otherwise occupied. I don't know if you can tell, but she's expecting the birth of her firstborn in the next couple of weeks. So congratulations to you and your family, Kim.
Yeah, thank you. We're really excited to meet our baby girl, and so please be thinking about me during the summit and my fun sleep schedule. But yeah, we're really looking forward to it. And Stephen, I know you're expecting your second, right?
Absolutely, we're excited.
Yay, congrats.
Yeah, thank you. Now to the summit. We're looking forward to hearing from panelists in the breakout sessions during this amazing weekend. As you grow your businesses, if our team or UBS can be of assistance to you in any way, please don't hesitate to reach out. You can find our contact information at the virtual booth and in the system. We have a lot of experience dealing with entrepreneurs as they grow their business, and we work with them to create a unified framework and financial plan that encompasses their personal life, their business, and their legacy.
We also hope that you enjoyed the UBS keynote speaker. We are joined by Vanessa Johansson, the former Rain Shadow CEO and owner, and our own Jane Schwartzberg from UBS out in New York in our home office. Vanessa truly epitomizes the entrepreneurial spirit and what it takes to lead a business from the beginning through the startup phase all the way through the end with a successful sale and exit. Her passion and her purpose in life and business is truly inspiring. We also want to thank you for letting us be part of this wonderful summit. As a father of 2 daughters, one of which is going to be graduating next spring from TCU as a business major, we really want to be working together to help pave the way for a new era of business leaders.
Thank you all so much, and we look forward to connecting soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was an amazing keynote. Thank you so much for that keynote, and thank you to our title sponsor, UBS, who presented our keynote.
Well, we also have paddles sponsored by Word Prop PR. And so what we're asking you to do is make sure that you take your selfie today, right? And hashtag Women's Venture Summit 2021 or WVS 2021. Thank you, Word Prop PR.
Our favorite.
I'm so excited to introduce our first panel of the day, a live 40-minute session we're calling the Women's Power Index. I'm so jazzed about this. Let me ask you a couple of questions to the audience. As the pandemic unfolded and resurged, did you encounter the challenges of working from home while watching the national economy fluctuate with unemployment and uncertainty? Well, of course I did, and many of us did, right?
Yes.
We felt that pressure. Did you see it with your colleagues, the company you work at, in the investor conversations you were having? I know we all felt it. Well, during this panel, we will be having a data-driven discussion on the current state of working women and mothers, led by change makers who are working to keep women active and supported in the workforce. We believe this topic is so globally relevant that we actually commissioned an incredibly talented scribe to capture this robust conversation and data being shared. So live with us right now is Belinda Jackson of Picture It Possible, We're so happy to have her with us, and you'll be seeing her as she's building out this wonderful illustration. Immediately following the panel, you will be able to join a roundtable discussion group to further talk through what you just heard from the Women's Power Index. So it's not just about like absorbing the information and listening, it's actually discussing. We love that, right?
That's a good thing. Yeah, we need that yin and yang, right?
Yes, yeah. We want you to be engaged during the summit. So please help us welcome Allison Robinson, founder and CEO of the Mom Project, Kimmy Pollock, managing partner of Beta Boom, amazing, and Kirby Brady, Chief Innovation Officer with the City of San Diego and board member of Stella Labs. Cameron Rogers will be serving as our panel moderator. Cameron is a financial advisor at Alvest. Thank you all so much, everyone, for joining us today.
Wow, what an intro. Hello, everyone. Hi, it is great to be in your presence. As mentioned, my name is Cameron Rogers. By day, I'm a private wealth advisor at Elevest, where we're helping women build generational wealth. But right now, we are live on the Women's Power Index panel at the Women's Venture Summit. And I feel privileged to moderate this discussion with Kirby Brady of the City of San Diego, Allison Robinson of the Mom Project, and Kimmy Palu of Beta Boom. So to start, I think there's a reason why we all gravitated to this panel. And for me personally, it was the opportunity to speak at the intersection of government, big companies, and private capital. I think for others, it may have been the data-driven piece, so the opportunity to speak in a more common language about the state of working women and mothers today. And while there's much to be frustrated about with the data coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic, there is also much that is tangible, actionable, and hopefully repeatable to be hopeful around. And that's what these amazing women are working on and what their teams are doing, and why I'm so thrilled to moderate this discussion. So my hope for this panel is that it equips the group with the data points that we can each use to power our own ventures. And as mentioned before, I hope that you all can stay post-panel to discuss in breakout groups. With that, I would love to have Kirby, Allison, and Kimmy introduce themselves in their own words. Kirby, I will start with you, and I do have an icebreaker question for you. I think it'll be good for compiling some data. And that question is, what is the most striking piece of data you've recently seen? So this can be good, bad, or neutral around the state of women today.
I think so. I'll introduce myself first. My name is Kirby, Chief Innovation Officer for the city. I do a lot of things, but we'll come back to that. I think the most striking piece of data that I've come across is that during the pandemic, about 1 in 4 women have considered either downshifting their career, so taking a step back, reducing their hours, or leaving the workforce entirely.
And Kirby, do you want to provide a little more information around what you're up to at the City of San Diego?
Sure, of course. So for the city, I'm the Chief Innovation Officer again, and my role here is really to serve as the person in overseeing a team that provides data for decision making. So I work on the mayor's team. We are bringing in a lot of data, collecting a lot of data at the city regarding services that we're providing, since we are a municipal services provider, picking up trash, providing clean water. And so my team really specializes in taking in all this information about how we're performing, and then using that information to guide the mayor, guide the COO, guide the department directors and the leadership of the city to make better choices for the residents of the city of San Diego. In a former life, I was working in economic development, and that's where I spent a lot of time analyzing labor force trends, which hopefully will help inform some of the discussion today. But I still wear that hat and pay very close attention to the labor force as well.
Terrific. Thank you. Allison, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, so great to be here. Thank you for having me, Cameron. Allison Robinson. Hello, everyone. I hope you're having a great start to your day. I'm the founder and CEO of the Mom Project, and at the Mom Project, we're on a mission to unlock the economic potential of moms in the workforce, which we know is significant. I've had the absolute honor of building this company over the last 6 years. Prior to becoming an entrepreneur, I'd spent about 8 years at Procter and Gamble, both in sales and on the brand side, building solutions to reach and be able to impact moms, and really spending a lot of time specifically with moms in their homes, understanding how technology was changing consumer behavior. So you asked me for a stat, Cameron. This one is a pretty recent one. One that has me deeply concerned is the jobs report that got published recently for August, and showed that in the US economy, we gained about 235,000 jobs last month, but women only accounted for less than 12% of those jobs, so less than 12%. And it will take us at this rate 9 years to recover the 3 million jobs that were lost since February of 2020. So we've got a lot of work to do to get more women back participating in the workforce.
Thank you, Allison. And Kimmy, last but not least, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Kimmy Paluch. I'm the managing partner and founder of Beta Boom. We are a pre-seed fund. Our focus is on really consumer tech that goes toward what we think are the biggest rising communities, so female consumers and also multicultural ethnic minorities in the US. As a result, our portfolio is 70% led by female founders and 70% by founders of color. It is the greatest opportunity. It's a $4.4 trillion opportunity. And I think it ties to the number that I would call out that's been very staggering. As we've seen the impacts to women from COVID, the McKinsey Global Institute has found that it's going to lead to $1 trillion of losses in global GDP by 2030. And that's a significant number. I think it's tied to what Allison mentioned in terms of the job losses that we're seeing and the other reasons that women are leaving the workforce.
Thank you for that staggering statistic. And I think what we'll do is we'll go into Q&A. I'm gonna move it around between the three of you. I'm excited to chat about a number of things. And Kirby, I will start with you. So you're the first ever Chief Innovation Officer for the City of San Diego, which I just think is so cool. And what you alluded to in your introduction is you're organizing a lot of the city's data, but also making it more accessible. Perhaps you can expand on, I know you mentioned a lot of these data points, but who kind of the outcome of this aggregation and use case it could benefit?
Yeah, so a lot of the information that we are providing, again, is really for the benefit of all San Diegans. We are, again, kind of taking in all of this transactional data about the way the city is performing. And our goal with that information is to really put it out in a way that is usable and digestible for the general public. So all the things that I wish I had time to do in my job but can't quite get to, we rely on partners such as universities, some of the think tanks and other nonprofits throughout the region that can take all of this information and really start to do a deeper dive. And this can be everything from city services to information we collect on the workforce, to other information, about, just resources, whether we're looking at kind of land use patterns, et cetera. So our goal and my goal is to really make sure that I'm empowering other folks to use our data in a way that kind of benefits the community at large.
Terrific. I unfortunately, when I think of government and feeling empowered to take smart risks, the two don't, necessarily, like they don't go hand in hand. What do you think has changed over time to enable you to do this, and how have economic development roles been limited in the past?
I think what's empowered me the most and enabled the city to be in a place to have a position like this is just the increased demand for transparency. I think as taxpayers, all of us expect that government is accessible and responsive. And so again, a part of my job is making sure that, we are there and we are not only collecting feedback from the general public, but we're also acting on it. And so I think we're at this really interesting place, where I try to thread some of my previous life, working with economic development, working with the Chamber of Commerce, really trying to make sure that while each of us plays our own unique role, there's this really wonderful opportunity for us to partner. And so again, I think at the center of that is the use of data. And so again, what's been constant in my career is, the use of data. I like to say that, I kind of run my finger over, and looking for that crack. And that's where we kind of jump in. And I think my role here and the value that I bring to the city is also in making those connections with other partners so we can sort of amplify the use of this data for the benefit, again, of residents of the city of San Diego.
Terrific, thank you. Allison, you referenced in your intro that the Mom Project came about from your maternity leave from P&G with your first child. The data, and in fact, your data from the Mom Project, I found this striking, unfortunately tells us that 43% of highly skilled women leave the workforce after becoming mothers. We know there's far more to that story. What is perhaps missing from that headline data and that statistic?
Yeah, absolutely. And in addition to the 43% that leave the workforce for a period of time, 83% of women who stay in the workforce would actually leave their current job for an opportunity that better supports their work and life needs. So what you have is a pretty dissatisfied segment of the workforce that is large and significant. If you consider 86% of women will become moms by age 44 in the US. So this is, the mission that we're trying to accomplish at the Mom Project, to create new pathways, new opportunities for these incredible women to find success on their own terms. My time at Pampers, I got to spend so much time with incredible women with so many different socioeconomic backgrounds, seeing the resilience, the strength of moms. And so for us, it's shifting, how does motherhood become an asset to one's career prospects? And what's missing from that set, I think, are a couple of things. One is the human aspect of what happens when those women are not able to meaningfully participate in the economy. We know that when we can economically, financially empower women, their children are better for it, their families are better for it, our community, our economy at large is impacted in such a significant way. So I always love to really point to the economic reason for why we do this. And then there's certainly the human aspect of what we do. And, what drives those 40+% of women out of the workforce is the high cost of childcare. For many women, they're looking at the high cost of childcare versus their take-home earnings, and the math isn't breaking in their favor. We're one of the only developed nations in the world to not offer guaranteed paid family leave. And 25% of women will go back to work within weeks, a couple of weeks of having a child and bringing life into this world. And so, the impact that has within a family and our next generation is so significant. And so really looking forward to, continuing to make progress with the great partners that we're so lucky to partner with to create new pathways, take what's been the tragic events of the last 18 months to really reimagine a better workplace, and one that's really designed for the modern American family.
The community piece is so interesting too. There's a set of research that we often reference at Elevest, looking at women globally, women who work and earn an income, and in certain ways, those women reinvest 90% of that back in their communities and their families. I am forgetting the statistic for the male counterparts, but it is less. So there's a huge community element to it. Allison, I do have one follow-up question for you from a Mom Project perspective. I'm just curious, how has the nature of both the individuals that engage with you, as well as the companies that engage with you, change during the COVID-19 pandemic?
Yeah, Cameron. So, as I mentioned, we're really focused on connecting these incredible women with economic potential. To date, we've connected our community of moms with over 300 million in earnings, and we've got a goal to grow that into $1 billion in the next 2 years. So we've seen just kind of the strength of the marketplace really take off after the pandemic. I think, how moms are leveraging the platform, how customers are leveraging the platform. We've found kind of additional ways to offer benefits to both sides. I'll just use for moms for example, we saw women of color particularly impacted throughout the pandemic. And so we created a 501c3 and an inaugural initiative, Rise, to help upskill 10,000 women of color and taking them out of hourly jobs, maybe service jobs, to upskill them into careers in technology. So we've been excited to introduce not only the job connection, but opportunities to upskill and meaningfully impact one's earning potential. We've also introduced kind of a host of other support and offering. We know that, for a lot of moms, maybe they stayed in their job through the pandemic, but just knowing that the Mom Project had their back and they were part of this community, it gave them the strength to carry forward, to know that they weren't alone when they were trying to, juggle it all with kids at home, remote learning, a full-time career. The cognitive load of it all is so much. So many women feel isolated. So feeling part of that community is really important. And we were able to actually power more connections amongst our moms so they could serve as that ally, that support system. And then with customers, I would say, it's the last 18 months and the backslide has emboldened us to ask for bigger things with customers. We used to operate a purely transactional model where companies would pay us per hire. But we anticipated a great rehiring on the backs of the pandemic and the economy strengthening. So we offered a subscription model to our business, and that's really enabled us to kind of scale faster within customers. Maybe if they were making dozens of hires last year, they're now making hundreds. We hope thousands. And we're also working with them closely on just taking a look at their benefits. I think one of the silver linings of the last 18 months is a more compassionate leadership style at the highest levels. And so helping companies understand why benefits like mental health, childcare subsidies, paid time off, family leave will meaningfully impact their ability to retain this critical segment of their workforce.
Terrific. I love this idea of having someone that may not be in your direct ecosystem or your immediate ecosystem in your court. I think this, is a good segue to Kimmy. And Kimmy, I'm gonna share some stats with the group, and then I'm turning it over to you. But if anyone knows the inequities of private capital, I think it's probably this group in aggregate. Recent studies show that only 8% of senior venture capitalists are women. Year after year, less than 2% of venture capital is invested in women CEOs, with less than 10% invested in women founders. And this is while women are starting businesses at twice the rate of our male counterparts. So Kimmy, you've said, and I've taken copious notes when you've talked about this, that financial capital, whether to founders or investors, is not enough. Knowing these stats help us understand, what you mean by this.
Yeah, the numbers are staggering and sadly not getting any better. We've hovered kind of at the same rate, and COVID has made those worse as well. So I'll add one to what you just said. When we look at all male founded teams, 86% of funding goes to them. And when you look at all women founded teams, it's now 2.3%. And that number has fallen. The highest it's gotten was 2.8 in 2018. We went to 2.5 and now 2.3. So the numbers keep going the wrong way. And so why I say capital is not enough is exactly this. this gap is not a small little gap, it's a chasm, and it's really, really huge, and it keeps getting wider. So if you think about all the access gaps, it's not just to the capital. Obviously, there are not enough pathways and networks that are allowing capital to flow from the venture capital and private equity firms into these female founded companies. But beyond that, there are huge gaps also to really resources, human resources, to the networks that can allow women to accelerate their businesses at another rate. When you think about just how much networks happen outside of the access gaps for women, it's huge. And so what we are doing at Beta Boom is really looking at that and trying to close those gaps. So part of why I left the Bay Area was to look at, capital isn't flowing into a lot of the tech hubs. And so women and founders of color that are in those rising tech hubs have even greater gaps. And so we are essentially a bridge. We want to both provide the funding, but then also work alongside founders so that they're getting access to top advisors, top talent, and really looking at how you can really overcome all of the hurdles that a founder has to face to make their business grow. And I think that is something that we just don't talk enough about, is that really just putting a dollar in is not enough, and then hoping that they're going to be fine when they face all of the bias that they're going to face for the next check, the next customer, the next talent that they need to hire. And so it's a big, big gap. We have to recognize the numbers aren't going where they need to go. And I'll just point out one of the things that you mentioned was about, the female representation on the other side of the table is not there. And we know that female investors invest in women at a higher rate. And so that number needs to move as well. And it needs to move systematically. We can't just put women in a position of what seems like power and then silence them or let them basically measure these companies at with the same biased investment cards.
Mm-hmm. This is very helpful. What I struggle with a little bit when thinking about pathways that are not financial is, how do you measure progress? How do you gauge impact? Is it purely anecdotal? Is it from a operational perspective, or are there things that you are looking at and saying this is actually making a profound impact?
Yeah, we can measure it at our portfolio levels, just in terms of acceleration. I mean, it's not scientific, and we won't be able to benchmark against, normalized groups, but we can look at, are they able to cross hurdles at a higher rate than we're seeing for the general demographic? And so until we really, as an industry, make this an imperative, it won't be a global or macro number, but it's something I'm constantly looking at. And I will say, even for us, we're at the earliest stages. We invest at the pre-seed, so usually the first institutional check that someone will get. And that's actually not abnormal. I think a lot of emerging managers who look like me, who are female, who are from, managers of color, we're starting at the smallest checks. So if we really want the volume to change, we need the entire system and the entire fundraising landscape to change as well.
That's terrific. Okay, I'm cognizant of the time. I'm going to do kind of a quick round robin one more time. Question for Kirby. This is a tough one. I wouldn't want to answer this. Who has the greatest opportunity to affect change on the equitable distribution of public services? Is it local governments? Is it our states, our federal government? And is there anyone else in addition to yourself in public service that should be on our radars on this front?
That is a tough question. I want to answer this in a couple different ways, but I think the first, when we talk about kind of equitable distribution of services, I think that there's a partnership to be had here. So from, where I sit, obviously at the local level, I think local government is the entity that's going to have the most insight and the most understanding of the communities in which they serve. And so it's my job to sort of flag those issues, what we're seeing, where we're seeing inequities, and where we'd like to sort of prioritize and focus efforts. I do think that, especially coming out of the pandemic and in light of, kind of the fiscal environment that we're operating in now, for a city like San Diego, decreased, tourism revenues, taxes coming in, we really rely on outside funding. And so again, while I'm looking at where we'd like to move the needle and where we'd like to improve, I do think that there's an opportunity to, potentially start to address some of the historical inequities, but it's going to take us recognizing the issues at the local level and probably partnerships with the state and the federal government for additional funding to address some of what we're seeing. And so, that's kind of the way I see this playing out is as we move forward and hopefully coming out of this pandemic at some point, there's a lot we're going to need to do in the communities. Today we're talking particularly about kind of women in the workforce. And we're thinking about how we can start to create new opportunities for women to not only kind of reenter the workforce as we've seen women drop out during the pandemic, but also giving them the opportunity to thrive and sort of go beyond and kind of upskill, move into other career paths and avenues. And so this is the part where, again, as the city, as the entity, I'm looking at some of these trends, but relying on some of those partnerships with other entities to actually help us begin to move the needle. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on. It's not exactly what I had in mind starting this role at the City for Innovation, but I understand that, women's contributions to the workforce, the economy suffers, and we're seeing that right now at the rate that women have dropped out of the workforce. And so I'm really focused on and committed to making that something that I'd like to prioritize during my tenure at the city. So that's both internally looking at us as one of the largest employers in the city, but then also what we're doing in the community to increase and enhance economic outcomes for women on the whole.
We're lucky to have you in that role. Allison, my final question for you, or final two questions are, what companies do you most admire right now, if you can say, and what are they doing? How is this different, and how is this directly impacting women?
Yeah, I think as an entrepreneur, you're always very loyal to the early believers of your company and your early customers. And I would say one that's been a constant source of inspiration for me is our customer Etsy. And it's so interesting. Prior to the pandemic, I would get to spend a lot of time kind of meeting with customers, and you walk in a company and you just get a kind of instant feel for its culture. And it's a very welcoming one there. And we're so proud at the Mom Project, we partner with Etsy to provide support when their moms and dads go out on a very generous paid 26-week leave. The Mom Project provides the resource for that leave. We call it maternity ship, so that parent going out on leave has peace of mind. And we've also supported them through really interesting research and insights, how they could take a great policy and make it even better. So Etsy, in my mind, is a company that just truly walks the talk throughout all levels of the organization. They don't just introduce great policies, but they really continue to optimize them to make them better. And it's just a company that I really respect and we're proud to work with.
Terrific. Thank you. Walking the talk as opposed to talking the talk. I love it. Kimmy, final question for you. We've addressed that tackling bias across private capital and companies is overwhelming. Another note that I made that you talked about is the Noom approach to all of this. So taking it in bite sizes, trying to not let the data that we see on the page overwhelm you. Can you give us an example of how you're putting certain things into practice, and maybe if you can share a success story or two so far?
Yeah, well, my prior career was in innovation, and I think it's taking a page out of that. In many ways, I jumped into this venture, into starting Beta Boom. So, I recognized the issue from 2015 and then took a leap in 2017 to 2018. And I think it's some of that is taking a leap and then iterating as you go. So when we started out, I spoke to hundreds of founders to talk about, at the earliest stages, accelerators participate quite a lot. What's working, what's not working. And so our first investments were made through a cohort model. And we basically learned from that. And every time we started stripping something away or adding something to see how we better serve our founders. It's just like any business or startup. you need to think about who you're serving and how to do it better. And that's why I really look at bias and really on the ground, what kind of bias are they facing, both in investor rooms versus building their business, and looking at how we can overcome that with them. And so for us, I think like a biggest leap that we made, but it has been bite-sized leaps along the way, is, you know, after 2018, we had made those investments as, you know, in place. So we brought the founders to Salt Lake City, where we were based. And that was the first learning. I said that was a mistake. It hurt founders. And I actually think it's a discriminatory way of going about making investments, because it cuts out a lot of the population we want to serve. Many people don't have the financial capacity to relocate for 3 months, regardless of what investment you're giving. And their families, they're older people. There are so many reasons that people can't do that. And so that was the first thing we stripped away in 2018. And it ended up serving us well, because in 2020, we were fully remote and ready for it. So I think it's questioning yourself all along the way and asking what things you should be doing differently. And that's how we crack this nut. And if we look at it, like I said, the numbers aren't changing. So we need to continue to innovate. And the financial industry, PE, has been very slow to change the way that they do business, and it needs to change. My biggest point of, you know, where I see a big success in our portfolio is a company called Fiveable. It's an ed tech company that was founded by a teacher. Her name is Amanda Domaral. And she didn't have a tech background. She didn't work for Google or go to, you know, a Stanford or a Harvard, but none of that mattered. She knew her customer, and she knew what she wanted to solve and how to solve it for that customer. And so we took an early leap on her, and that company has now become the top leading online learning platform, social learning for AP studies and soon to be college. So it's about taking that leap and reinventing the things that we have basically been building our financial systems on, which is built on bias.
That's huge. I wrote it down. I'm going to look up. It's Fiveable?
Fiveable.
Okay, I can look it up after the session. I'm just so curious. Can we bring the info graphic up? Oh, we lost it. Okay, we lost it, but we'll share it. It will get to this group. It was very cool. I've never seen anything like that before. You know, in closing on a number of things, I wrote down some common themes. And Kirby, I loved your comment of sort of running your finger over the data and finding the cracks. And the three of you, thankfully, are doing that in your respective fields, and we're so lucky to have you doing that. The other kind of common note that I heard was pathways. So finding various pathways to progress. It's not one. We're reiterating, we're revisiting, but again, you know, we're so grateful for you and your teams, you know, to be leading this. Kirby, Allison, Kimmy, I want to thank you three for joining this panel. For everyone joining, we hope to get the infographic out to you in a bit. And if you can stay on, and if you can meet in the post-panel roundtable, we look forward to having you joining.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wow, that was an amazing panel. So many important conversations that need to be had today during these times.
Yeah, especially because, you know, I'm thinking about when we were talking about how women were leaving the workplace during the pandemic and really trying to balance everything that was going on. It was really, really challenging because everything kind of fell back on us in terms of managing our households and our children, and even if we don't have children in the household, our spouses, and you know, trying to figure out, navigate that whole thing. So that was really something else that we really had to deal with.
Yeah, and you know, capturing all that data that these wonderful panelists, I mean, they're amazing, all of them, had all that data, but also we had our scribe that was so amazing, really capturing all of the information. So I think we're going to see maybe a little bit of the image.
Ooh,
I know she's still working on it and stuff like that, so we'll hopefully that we can see how, oh, look, there it is. Okay, awesome. Wow. I love it. Oh yeah, reimagining the workplace.
Yes,
What
absolutely.
is it? Let's see, like mental health, amen to that. I know that the ladies at the well, probably are talking about that and stuff. Paid time off, maternity shift. What else do you think that could be?
Wow, maternity shift. Yeah, I think that that's something that we definitely need to think about, especially, okay.
I was going to say, do you think like maternity shift, it's an easier shift as we start to work from home though, right? Because the flexibility of being at home, I imagine impacts that a little. I mean, obviously we still need paternity leave.
Well, one of the things that we did when we had to send our folks home was we said, you know what, you have a longer amount of time as far as your work day is concerned. You can start as early as 7 o'clock, don't work any later than 8 o'clock, get your hours in sometime in between, because we knew that moms were home changing diapers, breaking up fights, making lunches and things like that. So we allowed them to have that flexibility to just get your job done, right?
More task, like more project oriented than time oriented, because that's important for moms and being able to do the homeschooling, because moms mean babies, kiddos, teenagers, and college age, right? So having that flexibility to be project driven and being able to be able to bring value to the company that you're working with, that's so important for them, because then they're going to be like, oh, I don't bring value, I need to be someplace else, or I need to cut out the hours. I feel like it's important as employers to say, we're ready here to support you, and investors as well. Absolutely. Right? Be project oriented, have tasks or milestones that those companies needs to accomplish, and have conversations with them about, okay, how can we support you as investors?
Exactly. And the key thing is, one of the things that we did with folks is we said, okay, let's look at goal setting. Instead of having this long range goal, let's do little mini goals in between, so that this way the folks feel a lot more accomplished. They feel as though they, like you said, they matter, as opposed to just get it done without any, Oh yeah. Absolutely.
And at Stella Labs with our team, as well as you're the executive director, we did a lot more of smaller, Zoom calls throughout the week, and smaller checking in with people for their mental health. How was that for you all?
It's great. I don't want to say different, but it feels different working with women and for women.
Yeah.
Like when we work together, you've always said family first, and now, that's our ethos. It's family first. So having that time, we were so lucky during we were fortunate during the pandemic that we took a pause. Most of our team has kids, so everyone's coming back from school, they're gonna be home. So it was really nice to not have that stress and to know, okay, well, I can work at these times in the morning and in the evening, and as long as I get it done, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
That's what's so unique about female run businesses.
Yes,
because
and
we
leaders.
do put family first. Yes, absolutely. Because for us, ours is faith, family, and then profession. So the job comes third. We are concerned about your faith, making sure that you have that foundation, and then family above all things. Hashtag family at the Swan School, you're good to go, and then get into the profession. I think it's really important for us to, as founders, as employers, to really think about the health and the well-being of our team, because all it's going to do is move your mission forward in a more strengthening manner.
Yeah, I love that. And also like pathways to support. So one of the things that I see it's in back of us, but we're going to go through it, is pathways building a bridge between, let's say, investors and founders, or even like their own teams, and how do they support. And then of course, like we have, we need to be able to support them, and women support women so much better. We had that statistic at the very beginning that women investors invest twice as much into female-led businesses. So it's the same sort of thing as like, well, if you have a contract, if you have something to work on, you can invest time and bring other people onto your team. Other data here is less than 12% of jobs went to women. Less than 12% of jobs went to women. Let's just wow, that is crazy. And then, as she's drawing right there, high cost of childcare as well.
Is tough.
That's
a big one. Some women work only to pay childcare, and which is crazy, because it's like, how am I contributing to the household with all I'm doing is childcare? So yeah, that's challenging.
But then the childcare thing also was a struggle during COVID, because you needed to keep the kids at home. because they
Yes.
couldn't go to childcare. And now that they're in school, but they're masked and all this stuff, how do we as leaders of the household and leaders of our businesses or, leading teams at organizations and corporations, how do we manage all of that and stay abreast of all the data, stay abreast of all the things and all the trends, and be that nurturer, right? Because we are more nurturing, right?
Yeah.
So in
It's
our companies we're more nurturers, and at home we're more nurturers. So it's just interesting.
It is. It really is. And I think one of the things that we have to recognize is that as women, we are the bedrock of the foundation in so many areas of not only our lives, right? But in our male counterparts' lives as well. And so, people always say, when the woman walks in the house, her whole position can shift the trajectory of it, where everything is going. And I feel the same way in business as well. If businesses start to recognize that the well-being of women, we're the kind of the bedrock of our organizations and other organizations who are maybe male-led or what have you, pay attention to where we are and what we're doing and where we're going and what's important to us. When you listen to that, when you pay attention to it, when you act on it, and I heard them say earlier, don't just talk the talk, but walk the talk, whatever it is, then you'll definitely be better off for it. So pay attention to those key indicators. I think that's important.
It is important. Well, that panel was so stellar. It was a great way to kick us off. There were so many insights, and we would love to engage you and keep you in the conversation just like we just had going into our roundtable discussion groups. If you have pre-registered for a breakout session, this is your time to hop into that room. If you haven't, simply join one with available seats. We have 10 roundtable discussion facilitators, each leading a room, so there's plenty of space for everyone. We'll see you soon for our next panel.
insights learned from your peers? Well, we hope the breakout rooms give you an opportunity to connect with the panel, connect the panel discussions to your own lives. Please continue to openly contribute to your insight and your wisdom and your tools with your peers. That's so vital. There's an abundance of talent in our community, so let's share it. All right, well, speaking of talent, let's take a look at what Belinda created during the Women's Power Index panel. We believe our perspective needs to be seen and felt. And so today, Belinda captured just that. Her illustration will be made available for you to share and even print and display. Let it be a reminder of where we are and where we are going.
So good. I know, isn't it great? There's another little thing, like 43% of women go back to the workforce after, delivering. So we want to, help everybody else. We're all stronger together. So now we would like to take a moment to thank our ticket sponsors who have collectively sponsored 47 tickets. So we have wonderful entrepreneurs that come out and say, look, we really need some sponsorship. And we have many people of color and LMI female founders who needed assistance during this trying time. We just talked about COVID, as well as student entrepreneurs in need. So we reached out to our network saying, please let us know who can be ticket sponsors. So thank you so much to the Center for Respectful Leadership, Silicon Valley Bank, JB Social Group, She Invests, Interlock Capital, Lanyon Advisory Services, Wolf 5, J Labs, and some individual donors. Our community is so appreciative of your support.
For our second panel today, we are demystifying due diligence for both entrepreneurs and investors by defining the processes, nuances, and players in various stages of the due diligence process, from individual angel investors, VCs, and angel groups. Our panelists include Kathy Gao, partner of Sapphire Ventures, Marcia Daywood, venture partner at Mindshift Capital, and Norma Cadena, managing partner at Supply Chain Capital. This panel is moderated by our very own Lauren Rowley, Director of Investor Relations at Stella Angels. A quick note that this was pre-recorded, so your panel speakers are available right now to answer any of your burning questions. So make sure to have that live discussion in the chat, in the app. That's what it's there for. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Just Do It panel, Due Diligence at Women's Venture Summit. It's my pleasure to be moderating this panel. My name is Lauren Rowley, and I'm the Director of Investor Relations for Stella Angels, an angel network of femme and non-binary investors who are interested in investing in femme and non-binary led ventures. Today, we're going to explore what due diligence looks like at different stages. This panel will break down diligence among different investor types, including individuals, angel groups, and VCs. You might be asking, so what is due diligence exactly? Well, in angel and venture investing, due diligence is an investigation performed by investors to confirm facts or details about a business under consideration for investment. It often requires an in-depth examination of the market, competitive analysis, and financials in order to confirm what the entrepreneur featured in their pitch. Investors are looking to identify opportunities for the investor to add value and to reveal any deal killers. But before we dive in, let's explore why due diligence is important. Investors perform due diligence because, according to the largest and most widely cited study on angel investing, funded by the Kauffman Foundation, angels who put in more due diligence time, 20 to 40 hours total, had better returns. So, without further ado, I'd like to introduce our speakers today. We have Marcia Dawood, the chair of the Angel Capital Association, the largest association of angel groups in the United States and the world, Norma Cadena, managing partner at Supply Chain Capital, an early stage investment fund, and Kathy Gao, partner at Sapphire Ventures, a fund that invests anywhere from Series B to pre-IPO. So Marcia, why don't you take it away for us? Please introduce yourself, share a little bit about your investing experience and your due diligence process at a high level.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. Nice to be here today. I am on the board of the Angel Capital Association. I've been a board member for about 6 years, and just a few weeks ago took over as the chair of the board. The Angel Capital Association is the professional society of angel investors throughout the US and globally. So we are a mixture of angel groups, angel funds, and individual angels. I myself have been an angel investor for about 10 years. I've been a part of a couple different angel groups, angel funds. I've also been a GP on a fund, LPs in funds. I like to invest in a whole lot of different ways, but every way that an angel invests, we always do due diligence. So we're going to talk a lot about that today and how entrepreneurs can actually be more proactive in the due diligence process. I find that it's a give and take. You know, it's not just an investigation where the angel is trying to figure out what's wrong with the company. We're really trying to get a good idea about what this entrepreneur is trying to build. And what eventually we really want to do is help them to build it.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Marcia. Nora May, why don't you go next, sharing a little bit about your investing experience and your due diligence process at a high level?
Happy to. My name is Nora Makavena. I'm based in Los Angeles. I actually started my career as an engineer. Spent over a decade in the aerospace business before finding myself excited by early stage space tech companies and realizing that I had to make a pivot. So that was in 2015, and over the last 6 years, I've become deeply embedded in the venture ecosystem through co-founding 2 micro VCs, running an accelerator program and innovation lab, and investing as an angel for a variety of funds. So I'm currently the founding partner of Supply Chain Capital, and we are an early stage venture firm investing at the intersection of food, culture, and technology. So really anything at the, at the nexus of innovation, impact, and equity is my jam. And I'm excited to continue chatting about diligence and particularly from the lens of an early stage venture capitalist investing LP dollars.
Awesome. We're happy to have you, Nora May. And what about you, Kathy? Tell us a little bit about your investing experience and your due diligence process.
Yeah, absolutely, Lauren. So great to be here, everyone. I have spent the past decade or so evaluating companies from different lenses. Everything from helping large enterprise clients evaluate M&A to traditional growth equity and private equity, working at a company and evaluating M&A prospects for the company itself, and then of course kind of growth stage or expansionary stage venture, which is what I'm currently focused on. So right now I am a partner at Sapphire Ventures. As Lauren mentioned, we typically invest anywhere from Series B all the way to pre-IPO and even at IPO. I'm thrilled to be on this panel representing kind of the later stage or expansionary stage diligence process. In many ways, we have a lot more data points, but in some ways that makes the job arguably a little bit more tricky. But I'm looking forward to having the discussion with everyone.
Thank you so much for introducing yourself and for everyone. Let's just have more of a conversation. I'll kind of open it up and whoever wants to jump in. So with our theme of Just Do It, how should investors be thinking about jumping into due diligence at different stages?
I'm happy to kick off, Lauren. So, I think that aspiring investors should really think about their extended community and how that community can support the diligence process. At the earliest stages where my experience is focused, you're really diligencing or evaluating for team risk, tech risk, and market risk. So you have to believe that this team is positioned to attract capital, talent, and customers. You have to believe that now or in the next couple of years when the solution is ready for market, there are movements or market forces that make the solution viable. And you have to believe that the solution is differentiated, is appropriate, and unique. And so the process really has to take in as many data points as possible across all of those fronts. And one thing that I found in our own diligence is that we really leverage this community that we've built, whether they're advisors, co-investors, downstream investors, potential customers. And so we reach out to all of those folks and say, here is a company we're looking at. Can you share through your lens why this deal, why this may not be the best solution at the best time, and we approach it in that way. So we're increasingly looking at who is in our orbit and gathering those data points.
And to add to that, I would say, in angel world, no one person or even one group is going to be able to necessarily have the expertise to do diligence on all the different companies that we see. So it does take a village. It takes a lot of people kind of coming together and finding out who has that level of expertise to look at the various parts of a company, and especially when there's technology or science involved. I'm not a scientist, although I've invested in a lot of science companies, but that was because I was in a pool of people that it was really helpful for us to do the diligence together. So you'll find that, especially at the angel level, angels will want to collaborate, and even different angel groups and funds will collaborate with each other in order to make sure that there's a complete diligence package, because there are a lot of moving pieces. And the other thing is we as angels really don't want to spend a lot of time, or really don't want to spend a lot of the entrepreneur's time going over the same things again and again and again. If you're at a very early stage and you're pitching to many angel groups, you could be repeating yourself as an entrepreneur over and over and over again. We don't want you to do that. So we really do try to streamline and put a little bit more focus, so that not only is it a little easier for the angel groups and we get to collaborate, but it's also easier on the entrepreneur.
To chime in here, I think from a growth perspective, we are oftentimes diligencing very similar things at the seed and A, but oftentimes have a slightly different lens, right? So for example, we also spend a lot of time really diligencing the team. But we're really focused on asking ourselves the question, if a company is already at 20 million of ARR, is this the right team that can successfully scale a company from 20 million of ARR to 50 to 100 plus, right? Making sure that the founding team has the capability to hire folks to fill in at the senior ranks who have that experience to scale. Another big, potentially differentiating factor is around market and TAM. At the later stages, because you are coming in at a higher post-money valuation, you have to think ahead about how big is the entire market to support the type of returns that we're trying to achieve as a firm. There are companies that can be built in a lot of different types of markets, but you have to be thoughtful and think through the size of the market versus when an investor is kind of coming in. And lastly, the obvious difference between late stage investing and earlier stage investing is we have the benefit of financials, right? Oftentimes, we have pretty robust financials, everything from a basic GAAP P&L to customer level cohort information, and a lot of other financial information that can be a gold mine of information and really reveal a lot of insights about a company. But that skill might be slightly different in that you can look at financials for what they're worth, and that can give you some basic level of insight. But to be able to really drill down into what the financials might not be obviously stating, but going 1 to 2 levels deeper, that is a skill that growth investors have to really nail to truly understand what's going on behind the scenes at a company.
That's super insightful. Thank you all for sharing. And I think kind of aligned with that theme, Kathy, I'm curious, thinking about seasoned investors, you all are quite seasoned, have a lot of experience under your belt. How would you recommend people continually refine and improve their due diligence process?
Yeah, I'm happy to go first there. My number one thing is creativity for due diligence. There are endless ways to glean nuggets about a team or a company. I think Norma May mentioned earlier, focusing on who's in your network, really seeing who's out there that might have a second degree connection or even third degree connection to someone who's connected to the company or connected to the industry. We spend a lot of our time doing reference calls, right? They can be reference calls on the management team. They can be customer reference calls. They can be churned customer reference calls. And we take these conversations really, really seriously and spend a lot of time making sure that we're asking hopefully unbiased, non-leading questions. You know, in this industry, there's a joke that you can basically get whatever answer you want to hear by asking questions a certain way. And that's certainly something that we try very, very hard to avoid. The other thing I'll say is, besides just talking to people, there are oftentimes a lot of digital breadcrumbs about a company or a management team online. Some resources that I tend to leverage a lot, given I'm focused on B2B SaaS, are G2 Crowd, kind of Gartner, Trust Radius, but also looking at Glassdoor reviews and really trying to understand the essence of a company by looking at what people are saying about it, both employees and customers online.
I wanna pull on one of those threads, Lauren, which is around bias. You know, we had an interaction recently where I was excited about a company and my partner said, I really want to understand why you're excited about company A, because we've been talking to company B for a couple of months and I see them as doing the same thing. And it really made me think about my own bias and how we were conducting diligence, and actually led to us formalizing our framework for how diligence is performed and what we ask for at every stage. And so I think as we think about bias and approaching deal flow in a different way, process is key, right? Process for how companies find you, how you review them on a weekly basis, and then the framework that is repeatable so that one partner versus a different partner are asking the same questions, requesting the same data, and then able to evaluate company A and company B against the same metrics and same data set is really, really key when we want to make investments that are data driven and really focused on the opportunity and not the bias we may be bringing in from a previous experience, for example.
I think that's a great point, and I think you can help an angel or on the investor side, and you can help on the entrepreneur side by finding out what are the things that are deal breakers. We can always find the reasons to say no to a deal if you do enough diligence. These are obviously risky investments by definition. So it's not like in the stock market where you could buy a stock 1 minute and literally the next minute you could sell it. It's an illiquid asset class, and we're just, trying to make the best decisions that we can with a limited amount of information. So you can always find reasons to say no, but there are always a lot of reasons to say yes. So what are the things that are the bigger kind of deal breakers for that particular group, that particular investor, that particular fund? And the investors should, to Nora May's point, have a framework, have a list of these are the things that are really just, we're not going to invest if we see X, Y, or Z. But the entrepreneur can also ask that up front. What are some of the things that you don't invest in? Let me make sure that I fit your thesis, at least on a high level, before you spend a lot of time and energy going into a deeper due diligence process. Due diligence can take anywhere from a couple of weeks to a couple of months, depending on the group, depending on how much information the entrepreneur makes available, and depending on how many meetings have to take place in order for the investment group to be able to find out the information that they need.
Something that Marcia said really, really resonated with me, which is you can always find a million reasons to say no to a certain deal. And the hard part sometimes is finding the reason to say yes. And I say that because from my personal experience in my career, I would say 98% of the time when I've doubted the TAM of a market, saying, oh, TAM is not big enough for us, I've been wrong. Part of our job as venture capitalists is believing in what can be, right? And that's so hard to quantify, it's so hard to measure. So I always try to push myself, challenge my partners to help me see what's the X factor, right? I've, have all these formulas and processes to help us mitigate risk, but what's the X factor that could really go right and make this a 10x investment for us? Seeing that sometimes is a lot harder than seeing all the potential risks.
I love
And also, I
that.
think you have to go, sorry, I think you have to go off of your gut too a little bit. You can have the best framework, the best formulas that you're trying to put together to figure out the due diligence. But for example, I had a situation with an entrepreneur where in the due diligence process, she didn't particularly care for some of the things I was saying. And at one point, she hung up on me. And I thought, well, that isn't so nice, right? So, I mean, this in the due diligence stage is really kind of like that's like the courtship, you're because the marriage is once you make the investment. So all of the things that are happening leading up to that are, everybody's kind of on their best behavior, and this is when you're, seeing the best of the best. And now, that's really when the relationship starts to build. And if you get some kind of a feeling or something like that, sometimes that's hard to shake, and sometimes you're not necessarily wrong.
Absolutely. And I want to ask Marcia and Norma May that gut feeling, especially when it is about the relationship with the entrepreneur. Prior to COVID, I would fly or meet CEOs in person multiple times before putting in a term sheet. And the world's starting to get back to normal a little bit, but I'm curious to hear how you guys are dealing with the ability to read kind of body language and again rely on your gut when everything is done through Zoom.
I'll let Norma start.
Yeah, we made our first 2 investments this year without meeting the founders in person. We did have the opportunity to engage, in a variety of ways beyond Zoom. For example, we were part of a cooking class with one of them. We had, incredible data points on another from, multiple people in the ecosystem. And so that was our way of building the relationship and getting to know each other. So in one of the calls, we focused on everything beyond the business, right? Asking about family and favorite places to travel to. And that was our attempt at having this kind of coffee conversation that would naturally develop. And in both cases, we've now been able to meet the founders in person and have, validated our initial feelings about them. And so I think that process overall went well. Now, I will say that, in one case, we had been getting to know the founder over 6 months. In another case, it was 12 months. And so it was a longer process for us. There are companies in our pipeline where I could foresee a decision point coming in 1 month or 6 weeks. So it's scary. It's more scary, but certainly we've had good luck to date.
And to that point, you're really building the relationship between the investor and the entrepreneur from the minute you say hello. During COVID, one of the investments that I made personally, and then also Mindshift Capital made, was in a company called Forte, where I had met the founder back in 2015, 6 years ago, and had been building a relationship with this person over the years. And now she had gotten to a point where she built up the technology, and then she was going out for a bigger round of investment, and that was when I invested. So sometimes these relationships, sometimes investors will say no to an entrepreneur. That doesn't necessarily mean no. It could mean just not now or not yet.
That's really interesting. You've all been sharing little stories here and there, but I'm curious if there are other stories that you want to share with the audience about a due diligence process that went really well, or maybe a process that went not so well, and kind of what you learned from that and what founders can take away from that.
So I'll start. I had a situation where this was actually something that went kind of wrong and then better. So the entrepreneur had gone through the whole diligence process, had given a lot of information, but her business model was quite complicated. And during the diligence process, a lot of the investors kind of got a little bit uneasy about the way that the business was going, and so they basically did say, not now. However, during the time then that this particular entrepreneur went back and built up the business a little bit more, and then fast forward about probably around 18 months, came back to the group and said, hey, I've made some changes. I took some of your feedback, and I have now decided that I'm going to be raising money again. However, I want to tell you about all the things that you told me were the reasons why you did not want to invest the time, and here are the things that I've done in order to make sure that my business is now more investable. So it was a really interesting way to kind of take everything full circle from where this person started, and then took all the feedback and then made a better business for herself, and then was able to get investment from those same investors who had originally said no.
That's so cool.
Yep. I can go next. If there are any entrepreneurs listening to this who are potentially pitching to a larger partnership, I think it's really important to understand how the investment committee works. Is it a small investment committee where maybe one or two people are making the decision? Or if it's a much larger investment committee where multiple people are making the decision, but only one or maybe two partners are actually on the deal team? I think this is really important to understand because it affects sequencing of things. At Sapphire, my own firm, we strongly believe in the wisdom of crowds. So we like to have founders come in and really share their story and vision to our broader team earlier rather than later. Some firms do like to save that partnership presentation as kind of the last step. We don't like to do that because oftentimes, more often than not, I would say, questions do come up in that supposedly last meeting that will take more time to go back and resolve and get answered. So I mention this because, in some cases, especially when it's a business model that might be a little bit more complicated or a little bit outside our normal comfort zone, the investor needs to figure out when to bring in the broader partnership and make sure that they're on board. So I think our team recently has done a good job. One of my partners brought in a deal where they kind of carefully sequenced out interactions between the broader partnership and also the entrepreneur in just a way so people got excited about the story, they had exposure to the team, were able to ask questions throughout the way, and by the time it came to make a decision, we were able to move fast and everyone was already comfortable. It's not going to work like that in every situation because it's very difficult to wrangle 6, 7, 8, 9 partners together in kind of one room. But I think that is a fundamental key to success on both sides. For the entrepreneur side, understanding exactly how the IC works so you can make sure you're playing within the confines of that format. And then for the investor themselves, understanding how their internal processes work and making sure that your partners are on board with your diligence.
Thank you. I feel like we could have this conversation for hours, but unfortunately I'm hearing that we're running out of time. So I want to thank you all for coming today, for being part of Women's Venture Summit. I'm definitely feeling the love of the theme that we rise by lifting others. And I think that has really shown through in a lot of what you've shared today. So thank you all for being here, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What a fantastic panel. I learned so much. We've been listening to so many fantastic women this morning talk from the she session all the way to women and children and family and all the things that we have had to deal with through COVID. We just heard the panel on multiple different kinds of investors, from early stage angels all the way to VCs. How do they do due diligence? How do they ask critical questions? What is that process, and how do we do it better as women, right? Because we do it a little bit different, and we really support the founders that we are investing in. But then also you joined a discussion session. So how did that go?
Right after panel one,
Yeah.
I jumped into one of the breakout rooms. It was amazing. It's exactly what I needed. We started out with a great conversation around the panel topic, but then just like everything else, it evolved into this natural discussion into the people in the room and what they're doing and how they're innovating, and how, from the standpoint of investors, how can they look at investors? How can they speak to it was just, I loved everything about it. I really enjoyed it.
Wonderful, wonderful. We always say hashtag women supporting women, right?
Okay.
Because we do understand each other. Yes,
Yes, yes,
the snapping has to happen. So wonderful. Thank you for sharing about that. So for the next 45 minutes, we have the opportunity to go into one of 6 breakout sessions. So 6. I know it's hard to remember, but we'll have everything all set up. Oh, there you go. You have some images here where you can dive deeper into specific relevant topics for you. Our valued and esteemed audience, we know that you're there. So for investors, we have an Ask Me Anything with Heidi Patel of Rethink Impact. Okay, I love investors, but Heidi is amazing, right? Moderated by Rakesh Nankani of University Growth Fund. And for entrepreneurs, we have an Ask Me Anything with Jamie Schmidt of Schmidt's Naturals, who just sold and who also founded Color Capital. And she's now here in San Diego, moderated by Fred Greer, who I just have to say, he is one of my former students from UCSD. So UCSD is in the house, and Fred is just amazing, and Jamie is amazing as well.
Fantastic. Well, we have 2 workshops for those wishing to learn something new. The first one is the Just Do It workshop, which is led by Sonia Steinway of Artemis Connection, and Pradnya, okay, and Pradnya Desh of Advocate AI. The second one is the Grow Your Money, Change the World workshop, and this one is led by Janine Firpo of Activate Your Money, and this workshop is sponsored by the Impact Seat.
The last 2 breakout sessions are panel discussions. I personally am super excited about the Next Gen Rising panel with Rachel Dome, Jasmine Burton, and Chiara Doringo. The panel is moderated by Diandrea Taylor of Mindset and Milestones. And I cannot explain how excited I am.
Yes.
And then our sponsors, C3 and Cooley, will be joining forces to lead the Scaling Your Startup panel. Speakers include Tracy Best, Wayne Weber, Mike Milligan of C3, as well as Karen DeShane of Cooley, and Shannon, that's a mouthful, Shannon Gallagher Bolton of Qualcomm. Additionally, feel free to explore our virtual ecosystem showcase, a virtual exhibition hall featuring companies in the ecosystem. Please take a moment today and tomorrow to visit their virtual booths and learn more about their services and their offerings. So, go ahead and join your joining your breakout session, and we'll see you right after the breaks.
Awesome. See you guys later.
Welcome back, everyone. We hope you enjoyed your breakout sessions. I know we certainly did.
Yes, we did. I actually took part in the one with Jamie Schmidt, and
Yes.
it was the Ask Me Anything, and I love those opportunities. And we asked a lot of really great questions. And what's so unique about her story is that she bootstrapped her business. And then moved to the position to where eventually she was able to sell her business and was acquired by someone else. And then now she is an investor herself.
Yep.
And I think that is what's so unique. And the thing that she talked about is the fact that she has this perspective. She understands, from the founder perspective, kind of the journey that an entrepreneur has.
And it's a journey.
It is.
It's a journey and a journey.
It's not a straight line. So I asked some really great questions and I got some great insights.
That's so good.
Thank you. Yes, yay.
And how was your
I loved it. I
yeah.
hopped on with our sponsors, Cooley and C3 Insurance, and we talked about all the different things you need in place for that investment opportunity, getting your ducks in a row, and it was so insightful. And I think that a lot of founders probably got some great information out of it.
Yeah, and you asked me, what is the parallel between due diligence and a deal room? So we have the due diligence checklist that most of you have on Swap Card, and whoever's in person, you have the pamphlet itself, but that is a great guide to get you to your deal room. So we talked about those two things in that discussion group.
And Cooley also dropped their Cooley Go information,
Yes.
which is also super helpful.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
if you're a founder and you need resources, Cooley Go.
Yeah, no,
Head over
I
there.
love it. Yeah, I get a lot of things from there as an investor and our entrepreneurs we work with. Okay. Yeah.
Cool. Well, now I have the pleasure of introducing our closing keynote speaker, Sally Krawcheck, CEO and co-founder of Ellevest, a digital-first, mission-driven investment platform built to get more money in the hands of women. As Sally has said in the past, nothing bad happens when women have more money. Thank you so much, Sally, for joining us today.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I wish we were all together, but it's a pleasure to be here with you by video to talk about. I was looking at the title. I think my title is Taking a Seat at the Money Table, which I think could be the title for the entire conference. And of course, there are a lot of different ways that we can go with it. But I will start off with the comment that was just made, which is, the mission, my mission in life, the mission of Ellevest, is to get more money in the hands of women. And it's because we actually can't think of anything bad that happens when women have more money. I typically, when would be with all of you, I'd say, raise your hand and tell me whatever you can think of bad that happens when women have more money. And some smarty usually says, oh, they spend it. You're like, yeah, that's right. The economy grows. Society is fairer. Families are better off. The reason the daughters are better off. The sons are better off. You know who else are better off? The husbands are better off. The partners are better off. Nonprofits are better off. And so, when you look at societies, be they emerging economies or more developed economies, when there's greater equality and when women have more money, when people of color have more money, everybody benefits from this. Now, the truth is that we spend a lot of time as women hearing about and reading about and talking about and thinking about the gender pay gap, that 82 cents to a white man's dollar that's been slowly pre the pandemic moving in the right direction. What we don't talk as often about is something we think a lot about at Ellevest, which is not the gender pay gap, but the gender wealth gap, which is if the pay gap is how much you bring in, the wealth gap is how much you have and that is 32 cents to a white man's dollar, a penny for Black women and a penny for brown women. Believe it or not, it wasn't going in the right direction before the pandemic. It was going in the wrong direction. And in part because women have got higher interest rate debt than men do. And two, because we don't invest as much as men do. And we certainly know this over here on the venture and seed side, but it's true in terms of public investing as well. And that we haven't, therefore, had the benefit of compounding, of earning returns on the returns, on the returns, on the returns, and creating generational wealth. And as a result of that, just as the racial pay wealth gap has increased and gotten worse, so the gender wealth gap has increased and gotten worse. And to the point where Black millennial women are worse off than the generation before them, which is something that I think we all think of and hope that progress is being made. There's one other topic and issue that I think about a lot. First of all, I'll start with, to be perfectly clear, I love men. I've been married to a couple of them. So anything I'm about to say is not, it's pro women X, it's not anti men. But what I would say is that we won't be fully equal with men until we are financially equal with men. Gloria Steinem has said this better than I do. She says, we won't solve the feminization of power until we solve the masculinity of wealth. And I would argue that if men got together at the founding of our great nation, and put their heads together and said, how do we keep women from having as much power as we do? How do we keep them from being as equal as we are? They would have put together a society the way we have today. They would have put together messages to girls and women about money the way we have today. Those messages would have kept us out of the money industries the way they have up till today. What do I mean by that? So let's start in the households today, where still today, little boys in households across this country are being told to be the CEO, to make money, to be rich, watch daddy invest. Little girls told, be careful, don't go to the top of the jungle gym, watch mommy coupon clip and save. And in just a single-digit % of US households today, does the mother take the lead on investing. So the daughter is beginning to learn, it's about scarcity, it's about the budgeting, and the boy is learning it's about abundance. In fact, in schools today, to underscore this message, little boys get better grades in math than little girls for the same answers. Little boys, by the way, there's actually a gender allowance gap in the home where little boys get higher allowances for the same chores as little girls. When we grow up, the messages really continue. And today, something like 72% of articles to men about money are positive, about growth, about Bitcoin, about GameStop, about investing. 90% of the articles written to women about money are negative. They are about, don't buy the latte, don't have the facial, don't have the pedicure. In other words, those frivolous, girl-like things that you're buying. By the way, nobody ever said don't buy the T-bone steak, buy the tool chest, right? They're all this sort of coded language around women and the frivolity of their spending, with the message being, in fact, an entire book called The Latte Factor, written about how, young lady, if you would just take that money and invest it, then you too could be, which is a friggin' lot of lattes, to be honest. The math doesn't particularly work here. Now, so that's 90% of articles are negative. The other 10% are patronizing. They are, take this money quiz, or you a Carrie or a Miranda. Financial planning doesn't have to be very, very hard. In fact, I even checked today to see on some of the women's lifestyle websites, the L's, the Bustles, the Refinery 29s, what was on there about money. I could find almost nothing. I mean, plenty about the lipstick shade of the season, and plenty about other types of wellness besides financial wellness, about exercise, about spirituality, all great stuff. But the one article I could come up with that was positive about money was what travel executive Jane Smith wears to work. So we received these messages. The result is today that for men, as mentioned, sort of alluded to before, money is abundance. It's out there, it's a river, it comes in, it goes out, the level goes up, the level goes down, but it's abundance. There is more to be made. For women, it is scarcity, it is loneliness, it is isolation, it is uncertainty. Today, there is no amount of money a woman, even a young woman, makes that she doesn't feel a little embarrassed about, a little sheepish about, and she doesn't typically want to talk about it to her friends. This is beginning to change. But in surveys, women overall are more likely to talk about sex, certainly, in fact, to have sex, than talk about money, and more likely to, there goes the phone, to talk about their death, their own death. And so, this is, because women aren't talking about money, then as a result, Women don't know what kind of raise to ask for. They don't know sometimes what kind of valuation they should be having, et cetera. So it makes it this negative. I think of it as sort of like being athletic was back when I was much younger, when the choice was, should you do volleyball in middle school or be a cheerleader? And the patriarchy told us, be a cheerleader, cuter outfit, get to date the football player. And not until along came Serena and Venus Williams, Venus, who's an investor in Ellevest, the US women's soccer team, Billie Jean King, Chrissy Everett, did athleticism become an attractive female characteristic. All of you are working to change that perception, that we are seeing that young women are starting to look up to entrepreneurs. You know, last summer was tough when several of them were being taken down, but look up to entrepreneurs as, you know, sort of a, you know, an aspirational thing. Now, that being said, I would note that I was recently with a number of women, sort of the first COVID, supposedly post-COVID get together. And even the most successful women, there were a couple of women there that had billion-dollar plus companies. And it was interesting to note as they told their stories, they both, you know, two of them who had billion-dollar plus companies both said, but I didn't do it for the money. I would have done it X the money. And I, of course, I was sitting there just like, you know, it's okay. You know, it should be okay for us to say, you know, I made the money and I sort of stand in it proudly. And I love the mission of my company, but also liked having made the money and what I can do with it. So when you combine that with another topic that is too much for today, that women historically have been socialized to compete with each other in the workplace. That in my generation, we knew there was one seat at the corporate table. We knew, particularly on Wall Street, that, you know, the men around the table, if there are 11 men who've grown up together, worked together, comfortable working together, that it wasn't going to suddenly switch to 8 women, that they were predisposed to promoting individuals like themselves. And so we knew as women that we weren't competing with him or him or him, we were competing with her. And that queen bee, the woman who wasn't helping other women, was simply an economic creature, which is, hey, I'm not ready to leave the table yet. And so therefore, you know, I'm not going to help women after me. Now, y'all are changing this as well, because in fact, if venture capital is pattern recognition, and you know, you're the only woman, that's not so good. If, however, there are women who have been successful and we're seeing more and more, then we become part of the pattern. And so, whereas in corporate America, in theory, it was not good for my career for other women to succeed. I did run the Women's Diversity Committee and had the most diverse, both gender and ethnically diverse leadership team at the company, just for it to be told. But in theory, it wasn't good for me to help other women. When it comes to venture capital and entrepreneurship, it's very much in our interest for other women to succeed. So what are these ripple effects? I think about them a lot because women feeling weird about money and not going for it as much, and feeling like they're not good at math-like things and feeling like those are pretty masculine, has enormous impact. One of which is it's kept women out of venture capital. Sure, there's some that, well, whoa, we're not going to bring a woman in, but there's some that, you know, that's not for me. I'm not good at that stuff. I don't know people who are doing that stuff. And so it's no coincidence, I would say, that such a small share of venture capital dollars have gone to women when there were so few women in venture capital. Even though, you know, everyone here knows companies run by women have as good or better returns than those run by men. So it has kept women out of venture capital. It's also kept women out of Wall Street, which of course I saw during my time there. And that has a ripple because, you know, today everybody's, oh, women, you know, aren't good at investing. They're risk averse. You know, they need more financial education. They're not investing for those reasons. And Ellevest was really the first that said, no, 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 no. That's not right. Women aren't investing because the industry wasn't built for them and doesn't reflect them. Women are not risk averse. Women are risk aware. And so want to understand risk before they take it on. Women are not as interested in the frenetic trading. But when you have an industry where 99% of investment dollars managed by white men, and 98% of mutual fund dollars are managed by men, overwhelmingly white, and 86% of financial advisors are men, overwhelmingly white, average age in their 60s. And then women look at this industry and historically said, not for me. I've gotten the messages since childhood, I'm not good at this. I go to the industry to engage with the industry, and the industry does not feel right to me. And so we've kept women out of venture, it's kept women out of Wall Street, it's kept women out of tech, and therefore it's kept women out of fintech. And so when I see these numbers, I try not to read them, for goodness sake, because when I see these numbers that women have raised, an increasing percent of Series A and seed, but in the past year, 1% of Series B and on, and 1% of fintech dollars. And actually, as I look at Ellevest, which is in a growth phase, and I say, oh, great, the numbers are telling me 1%, that's, I have to have 10,000 meetings before I can fund an Ellevest. That's what the average would tell you. Well, hope to do a ton better than the average. But I certainly feel in the fintech industry that it is so many men who are looking for those sort of, more stereotypical male type of fintech companies. So it keeps us from raising the money, which keeps us from serving women, which hurts all of us, right? It keeps the economy smaller. And then what I would say to all of you is it's kept us from investing, and it's just cost us. It's cost us more than you can imagine. We women, when we keep the majority of our money in cash, we earn it, and then we sort of keep it close. Even wealthy women have been programmed to worry that we'll die a bag lady, which is, when you go through it, you think that's sort of ridiculous. But again, it's that money is scarcity, not good with money, not as certain as money. I should make one other point, that the typical way that we have managed our money, even for wealthy women, is, as mentioned, to outsource it to the partner in our life. That's a problem. It's a problem because 75 to 80% of women die single. We live 6 to 8 years longer than the men in our lives. And here's a really important one. When that money comes back to us, 74% of us have a negative surprise. And I think what's happening there is, while we as women have been told that we're not good with money, men have been told you've got to be good with money. That is your job. And you go to the cocktail party and you hear of your friends who made a killing in trading. And the masculine ideal is you've got to be good at this stuff. And he carries that burden on his own. And so when he passes away and that money comes back to us, there's oh my gosh, it's not as much as I thought. And by the way, this is not theoretical. I have had any number of friends to whom this has already happened. So what's the answer? The answer is focusing on, as women, we're all, we'll read about the physical wellness and the emotional wellness and the sexual wellness and the spiritual wellness, etc. It's also got to be financial wellness. And that we define in Ellevest as knowing what you have, knowing where you're going, and feeling good about it. It's having a financial plan. It's having a roadmap for what you want. It's feeling confident about money. And now money today is our number one source of stress, but taking this kind of action around it is the number one driver of our confidence in our future. Now, investing is a key part of this. And I mentioned earlier that lack of investing for us has kept us from having as much wealth as men did, from building generational wealth. We keep 71 cents out of every dollar in cash. Men invest the majority. Talking, sort of private investments per se. I'm talking about good old public equities. We think that the stock market does this. The stock market historically has done that. And in hindsight, it has been more risky not to invest in the stock market, keep the money in cash, inflation eat away at it, been riskier than investing in the stock market. Two quick stats for you, one of which is investing for the long term has been the ticket. It's not picking stocks. You can't outperform all of the traders out there whose full-time job it is. It's been investing in a diversified portfolio like we do at Ellevest. If you have done that and kept your money in the stock market for 10 to 15 years, just invest any day and just leave it and let compounding take over. Your chances of a positive return all the way back to the 1920s with all the ups and downs has been 99%. If you invest as we do at Ellevest. A little bit out of every paycheck is what we advise. Your chance of a positive return over that period of time has been about 100%. If we could get into a time capsule and go back to 1900 and invest $1,000 in the stock market, and even with World War I, World War II, the Great Depression, the Great Recession, the pandemic of 1917, the Vietnam War, the crash of 87, the subprime crisis, the internet bubble burst, all of that stuff, the value of compounding and the fact that we are a country, capitalism may have flaws, but growing companies, building companies is not one of them. The power of that compounding means that in 2021, that $1,000, even with all that stuff that happens, would be worth $58 million. So we are really talking about investing, taking on some risk, doing it for the long term, and building generational wealth and bursting through that money is for men, not for us. We built Ellevest around this. You may have heard of Ellevest. Ellevest for women, financial firm for women, started as a robo-advisor, have added, really are going towards a full financial wellness company, added banking, added private wealth for folks who are further on and with more complex needs, added a ton of coaching, money coaching, career coaching, etc. And you may have thought, don't women need their own thing? They do. They do, as mentioned before, because others were built for men. And again, I love men, love them, love them, love them. But Ellevest is the first that was really built around women's needs, really about defining and reaching our goals, helping women to advance financially. So I hope we've got a ton of information for you over there in our magazine. Sign up for our newsletter. If I can be helpful to you, particularly if you've got some complex needs, you can email me at sally@ellevest.com, SALLIE. And for all of you, in order for you to experience Ellevest, if you go, we put up a page for you, ellevest.com/WVS, or go through the experience and type in the code WVS, and you'll have 2 months free in our membership, because it's important for all of us, and particularly important for the generation that comes after us, for us to put aside the old-fashioned stuff, put aside what our mothers and grandmothers told us was crass and unattractive, and for all of us to have our own mission of getting more money in each of our hands and in the hands of women. So thank you for having me. I hope we're together next time. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much, Sally. If you don't mind answering a couple of questions, your sharp wisdom and reflection are amazing. I have so many notes on my phone, but really changing capital markets is what I heard from you, right? We have this pendulum coming over to making sure that we have platforms for women by women, just like Ellevest. What is it that you're saying that you're really focused on this woman investor, really making sure that women are risk aware? I love that piece that you brought up, because we are historically told you are risk, you don't like risk, but we are aware. I think that awareness piece is incredibly important to make the impact that we need to make as women.
Right. Well, and look, what we've tried to focus on is put it in plain English for everyone. The industry has kept it, complex terms, making things sound complicated. We've tried to make it absolutely effortless. Where, what do you mean by risk aware? Well, how bad can it be? I want it in concrete terms. I want to start a business in 4 years. How much money do I need? If I invest this much, can I get there by then? Can I get there in the majority of markets? I want to have a baby in 5 years. Can I afford to do that? I want to buy a house. I want to retire. I can't do it all. Okay, let me make some trade-offs and let me see which ones, are more important to me. And can I do, then maybe buy a condo instead of a house, maybe a little bit later. And then we try to get it all into plain English by showing you if you're on or off track for your goal, if you're investing as part of our digital business. And so what we found is that during a time, as tough as that pandemic downturn, which was really scary, even for me, I called, my old financial advisor. I've still got a little bit of money with him. I adore him. And said, am I going to be okay? And he said, yes. And I said, I don't feel any better. At Ellevest, we showed you, you're still on track. We've built these kind of downturns into the model, so you're still on track, so you can still move ahead. The other thing we found about women is we tend to be very holistic when we think about money. And I sort of alluded to it. Can I buy the house? Can I have the baby? Don't make me think sequentially. I need to think about all these things as part and parcel of the bigger issue. Well, that extends itself to more broadly. When we and others, women, about what do you want from your financial company, the number one thing women say is, I want to make more money. I want to make more money. And most companies are like, oh, would you like a high interest rate checking account? And at Ellevest, we actually have brought in executive and career coaches to help women do just that. And because we've become pretty aware, if you say a young Black woman who is going in to ask for a raise, you need someone who's been in those shoes in order to help you, not some middle-aged dude, who's helping executives at Procter and Gamble, but someone who, has been scrappier, understands what it is, or is a woman of color going in to ask that. So we've really broadened out the notion of what a financial company does for women because of the requests we've gotten from our community.
I love that piece of like being a mentor and a champion, or you need two of those to be able to rise up as a woman in a corporate environment or in this ecosystem that we have of economic development for women and generational wealth.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. And I loved your view of the jungle gym as well. I think it's just like reaching up for that next thing and that next thing and being able to build that bridge, across different thought processes that you have in your life, because you have to worry about family, you have to worry about your career, and of course worry is also another word. I know you're going to say it's not worry. It's really making sure that we are building a better jungle gym for ourselves and the other women in our lives.
Well, look, it's so tough, and that's why we need more women entrepreneurs and more women investors.
Mm-hmm.
Without that, the deck is so stacked against us that we are expected to do more in the home, more childcare, more housework, more emotional work. I mean, I've got a husband who I think anybody in meeting him, he is a flat out feminist. And yet still, when my son or daughter came in late from curfew, it was me who was up in the middle of the night sweating and waiting for them, and he's snoozing away. I don't know, there's just something.
We're nurturers, right?
Yeah, I know. So and then I'm like, that means I've lost, I can't get back to sleep, so that's 3 hours lost of sleep. And then our companies have to be better to get funded. We have to have 100 meetings to get funded, for a fintech company or for a Series B company. A friend of mine, and of course it's more broadly, you have to have like 90 meetings before you get it. And a friend of mine said, it's like a 90% tax. And so we've got to have more meetings for businesses that are just as good or better. We're doing more in the household. This has got to stop. Right? Women need to support each other so that we don't pay those extra taxes that just make it so much harder for us.
Yeah, wonderful. We did the math actually at Stella Labs that we were just trying to figure out if women invest more money. So we would have $340 billion more dollars available to female founders if every middle income woman invested $5K or more a year. So we believe in it. You believe in it. Thank you so much for being part of the Women's Venture Summit and your wonderful, ask and give to the community to become members of Ellevest. So thank you so much for your support and just a remarkable keynote. I loved it all. Thank you so much.
Great. Thanks for having me. Take care.
So before we close out today, I want to explain the live on-demand sessions happening at 1 p.m. They are essential sessions for investors and entrepreneurs, and the instructions are very, very simple. Just stay on SwapCard where you are right now after we're done here and click join, and you will be directed to 2 back-to-back 15-minute pre-recorded sessions. The speakers are actually available for live Q&A via the live discussion chat. So go check it out and ask your questions. For investors in the room, session 101A is geared toward investors. Janine Dunlap of Loon Creek Capital and Sage Growth Capital discuss SPVs, which are special purpose vehicles, and micro funds. Now, session 101C is also geared toward investors. Kirsten Horning of Republic and Alex Wang from Ember Fund discuss the evolution of crowdfunding and what's new in 2021.
For entrepreneurs, we have sessions 101B called Pitch Deconstruction. Speakers are Moni Jefferson, Misty Rusk, and Ryan Cooter. They'll give their tips and tricks on how to perfect your pitch and be great at it. And lastly, session 101D is also geared towards entrepreneurs. Adina Veen of Midland Credit Management discusses what it means to be a leader, be the leader you are meant to be. Just a reminder, any additional bonus for this virtual experience is that your ticket gives you full playback access to all sessions. So feel free to dive into the sessions you might have missed later on.
Well, day one has been amazing so far. Don't you ladies agree?
Oh my gosh, so many insights, so many great things.
I know, there's so much to take away. You know, I didn't realize there was such a disparity in, as far as women are concerned in terms of, you know, where we stand as investors. It's really, really wide.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, we need to get...
Well, that wealth gap is broadening and broadening. We think it's going down, but it isn't, right? And especially with Sally. She also has a book, which is awesome.
Oh, awesome.
I didn't mention it before, but Sally really talked about that it's generational. We have to help the next generation. We have to support each other, and to build that wealth is is our duty, right, as women right now, to build that for other generations.
Yeah. So it's wider than I thought. So that was interesting.
For sure.
Was that your takeaway?
Oh my gosh,
there's so many takeaways.
I know. How many?
Walk the walk and walk. Don't just walk the walk, but talk the walk.
Yeah,
that was a big thing for me.
I love that.
We all have to be about our business, whether it's investing in others or running our own. Be about your business.
Yes. So wonderful. And then what was your biggest takeaway, Raven?
Oh, I don't know. There were so many good ones. I just really think that coming together and having all these conversations, it makes us realize that if we work together, if we're collaborative, women supporting women, again, we rise together.
Yes. And there's so many opportunities. Elvis talked about the stock market. We always talk about also the investment world, from early stage angels to actually equity crowdfunding. You don't have to be an accredited angel investor there with WeFunder and other
They're going to
platforms.
talk about that.
I know they're going to talk about that. So we're just seeing all of these great things, and we want to, and I love Sandy's piece, Sally's piece, is that take on that financial wellness, right, piece. We have to talk about money and say we want to make money. We want to make generational wealth occur, right? I think that's just a really great takeaway for me, is just to talk about it amongst each other, the small talks and the big talks. So.
Right, and then talking about it at home too.
Exactly.
At home, whether it's your children or your grandchildren or your nieces or what have you, it's so important for us to have those money conversations with them, helping them to recognize.
Across the dinner table with etiquette.
Yes. Talk about that money with grace and style.
I love that, for sure. Yes.
So important to do that. I think that's vital, that we are intentional about having conversations around money with our younger generation. That's vital.
For sure. Yes. For sure. To change those patterns. So what else? We're closing out the day. We're really excited. Do you have anything to say about social media?
Share all your pictures, all your screenshots, because it is virtual, and just make sure to share, and chat it up on social media. Our official hashtags are hashtag WVS 2020-21, and we would love you to reshare it and tweet it.
So tomorrow is another action-packed day with incredible sessions, including the Women's Fast Pitch Finals event. What? So exciting. Every WVS attendee gets to play a part in helping select the ultimate winner. If you haven't already, please download the due diligence packet that includes a one-page executive summary from each finalists, so you're prepared for tomorrow. That's very much into our DNA as women. We want to be prepared. We want to read everything. So this PDF can be downloaded from the WFP, which is the Women's Fast Pitch session page, or just from the Just Do It panel earlier today. So take a couple of minutes to review these executive summaries to get to know these incredible founders pitching tomorrow. Then put your investor hat on, because tomorrow you get to decide.
Don't forget, the hour before we officially start tomorrow is your time to network and meet new founders and investors. So send those connection requests and schedule those one-on-one video chats. It's going to be really, really important. Now, alternatively, we have 2 networking sessions you can join during that hour. To learn more, visit the schedule on SwapCard.
And to everyone else watching this live stream, thank you for joining us this morning. That's a wrap for day 1 of Women's Venture Summit 2021. Be sure to stay around and join the on-demand sessions, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Woohoo! See you guys later.